Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, 1, 2. Cool.
where's the mic that Robin and Rose are here to do a sound check? Where's the mic that you had that you sound checked for them? We're just set up for another show right now.
Check, check. My name is Rose. Check, check. Check, check. And now, from near Washington, D.C., with an absolutely fabulous looking lover, let's hear it for our young comic, Rose. This is
All of that was lies. No, I don't know this lady. No.
We just need to make sure that there's no echo on the mic. Is there any echo at all? Okay. Do we want monitors? You mean like a hall monitor that erases things? Yeah, sure. Do you want a monitor, Rose?
Sure.
Sure. We'll take whatever we can get. We're lonely up here. Okay, thank you. That's the sound check.
It's, you know, it's individual. You do it too. Okay. Don't worry about it.
it's just slower. Keep going. Yan Baloo, Yan Baloo. Keep going. Good. Woo! Thank you.
Hello, hello. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, gays and gays. That's right, I'm stealing jokes because it's the last, day of festival. And it is kind of getting hot and moist up here. Anybody got a hanky? Hanky, anybody? Hanky? Who does that? Oh, my God. What the heck? I feel like I got the jackpot right here. Thank you, Baca, for that. Whew. Okay, so seriously, who does that? $500 for a hanky. If you missed that, you missed it. I mean, you know when you know. Okay, so I am up here to introduce the most amazing drumming circle chorus ever, led by Ronnie Bifakimba. Yeah, so give a great big hand. Enjoy.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. We're very happy to be here. All of the women that you see up here with me have been taking the drum workshops that I've been teaching all week. So they're very happy and excited to be here with me. And I'm very excited for them as well. So enjoy, hopefully. And feel free to dance, just like somebody said about lap dancing, or, the chair gets the best lap dance. So it's better for you to stand up and dance. All right, and I will lead dancing at some point if I feel it. All right, awesome. Calypso. Boom, 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 boom. I can play that simple rhythm. 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 I can play that. Yeah. Betty boop. Betty boop. Good. 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 Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Good. 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 Yeet. Good. Let's bring up the energy a little bit more. Good. Good. Come. 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 Yes. I can play that simple rhythm. I can play that simple rhythm. I can play that. Yes. Betty boop. Betty boop. Yeah. You got it. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Good. Keep going. Yes. Good. Good. Keep going. Up, 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 up. Good. 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 Yes. Yes. Good. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So that was Calypso. The next song that we're going to play is called I Like to Play. And if you hear me saying a lot of phrases, it's because we learn by saying phrases to go along with the beats. So it's the phrase that plays, just like Waru taught. So So you'll hear me saying phrases, and that's what the drummers are playing. All right? And we do what's called polyrhythm, and we'll display that a little bit more later on with another song. So it's not just one beat that we're playing, but it's different beats that we weave in together, like a community. All right? So I like to play. Oh yeah, I like to play. I like to play, 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 I like to play. Good. Good. Bring it up, bring it up, bring it up. Good. And never give up, 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 and never give up. Get. Good. Good. Keep going. Good. Yeah. All right. All right, we'll bring it back up again. This one is called Kasabe. It is a traditional West African song, and it's for celebrating harvest. So let's see, I'll bring everyone in again. And your part. Are you ready to go? Oh yeah, are you ready to go? Oh yeah, are you ready to go? Oh yeah, are you ready to go? Good. Good. Keep going. Good. Hey! Stop. All right. Let's start again. All right. Let's slow it down. Are you ready to go? Oh yeah, are you ready to go? Oh yeah, are you ready to go? Oh yeah, are you ready to go? Oh yeah. Good.
Keep going. Yes. Wait for the break. Wait. All right, our last song for you, it's called Animal Equal Rights. It's a song that Waru made up 20 years ago for the very first drum chorus, so we honor her by playing it today. And this is a good way for us to show polyrhythms and bringing in each part one by one. So we'll start with the big dog. Yeah. Woof, 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 woof. Meow, 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 meow. Who let the dogs out? 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 Who has the dogs? Who let the dogs out? 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 Yes. Good, 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 good. I don't know, it wasn't me. 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 Good. Here, kitty, kitty. Here, kitty, kitty. Here, kitty, kitty. Here, kitty. Yes. Yes. Good. Good. Yeah, keep going, come on. Up, up. Good. Yes. Y'all need to start dancing.
know, it wasn't me. I don't know, it wasn't me. Ah! Hey! Yes! Yes! Good. Thank you, everyone. Everybody? I want to take the thank you. I want to take the time for everyone to introduce themselves and where they're from. Real quick.
Hi, Jackie Thomason. Pardon? Oh, from West Palm Beach.
Betsy Pauling from Columbus, Ohio.
Cindy Thornton, Arlington Heights. Nancy Frank, Arlington Heights, Illinois.
Suzanne Jarrett, Indiana.
Lucia Dryansky, Davenport, Iowa.
Eugenia Fernandez, Indianapolis.
Deb Miller, Chicago.
Lisa Day, Rockford, Illinois.
Pamela Henry, Maryland.
Marcia Gallus, Christie, Bradenton, Florida.
Marianne Hopper, Marietta, Georgia.
Drea Firewalker, Atlanta, Georgia.
Sharon
And Margaret.
from Astoria, Oregon.
And I'm Ronnie from Columbus, Ohio. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, hey, hey, hey. Thank you. There has been a switch in plans. So instead of the ukulele group, we're going to have the women's chorus first. So sit tight, relax, and we'll get it straight away. Is that what you want? Hey, hey. Welcome, welcome. For those who are just arriving, my name, oh, yeah, okay, hey, never mind, enough of the jokes. It is my honor to welcome back the wonderful and talented Miriam Davidson. And with the women's vocal chorus.
Thank you all very much. It's a pleasure to be back here, and I want to thank Ronnie and the drum chorus for playing with us today. Also a great pleasure. Bring Me a Little Water, Sylvie is a Hootie Ledbetter song, old folk musician field holler song, arranged by Morris Smiley. This next song is called Babe Tandaza. It's Zulu, and it's a song that honors our ancestors. Because of our ancestors, we are here.
We shall be known by the company we keep, by the ones who circle round to tend these fires. We shall be known by the ones who sow and reap the seeds of change alive from deep within the earth. It is time now. It is time now that we thrive. It is
So I got an email a little while ago from Terry who said, we found this piece of music in the archives, and it was a song that was written at the very first National Women's Music Festival by a songwriting class, and we are going to sing it for you. And our chorus wrote an additional verse to it to kind of bring it up to date a little bit, but here it is. First National Women's Music Festival Anthem. Thank you so much. That's a treasure. Our last song for you today is called I Come From Women, written by Amy Carroll Webb.
Thank you.
Gave
Please give another hand for the women's chorus and Miriam. What a beautiful job. So wonderful. Oh, sorry about that. So now we are getting ready for these small little instruments. I think they're called ukuleles, right? Ukuleles, okay. Thanks for that clarification. We're still getting ready, so talk amongst yourselves. Look to the right, introduce yourself. And then to the left. Wait a minute, you already know that person now, right? Hey, Barker, you got a hanky for me? Just kidding. I'm going to run that all the way. You know how someone says, oh, yeah, that was a great joke, Helen, but for the 12th time. So does everyone have all of their festy wear and merchandise for the whole year? Did you spend a lot of money? Because the money with our community, it should stay in our community, not going to Target or Kohl's or wherever. So let's make sure we support our vendors and our artists in the marketplace. And please know they very much appreciate it. Wow, so many. If you were not able to join us at the living room stage, there was so many wonderful, talented people there performing, and I see one of the young ones here in this group who I have a feeling she's going to be one of the emerging artists in like a couple years because she was so phenomenal. So watch out, Jory. I'm going to steal her from you. Right? Yeah, well, so you were at the stage, right? She was amazing. I don't know. I would tell you some jokes, but I've been telling all of them, like all week, and everybody, you know, you're all so polite, and you laughed, and I was just really very touched by that. So how many people here know Jory Costello? That's right. Please introduce yourself to her if you don't know her, but I'm sure even the dogs know her. Are you ready? Okay, so here's my official announcement. For 6 years, Jory Costello has led the ukulele chorus at nationals, and she wants to appreciate all the time and energy that this group has given to bring this performance to all of you. So please show your love for the ukulele chorus.
Yeah. All right. Well, what a welcome, huh? Thank you so much. I want to thank
all the Festi choruses for all the time and dedication they spent during their festival to learn these songs. Many of these women have been in multiple choruses. Thanks for your love of women's community. I'm so thankful and proud of each and every one of them. Our first song is Free to Be You and Me from 1972, the first wave of feminism, Marlo Thomas. She conceived of a children's book that instead of telling boys and girls who they should be, she would open them up to the possibilities of who they could be. As many of you know, it became a musical and a movie with many famous people. And since it's considered a modern classic of children's literature, using life-enhancing themes, music, and humor, the movie expanded children's personal horizons, enabling them to invent their own futures without limitations, old and worn-out constraints of gender role stereotypes. So to keep up with the times, I did take the liberty of adding to the third verse, and so you will hear that in our first song. And feel free to be you and sing along. Can we just check our tuning right quick? We tune because we care. A one, two, ready, go. right. Our next song is called Celebration of Life. And it's written by singer-songwriter Kelly Jolly. She's known as the Tennessee Ukulele Lady, blending cultural storytelling, ukulele, and folk traditions. She believes in the power of bringing together like-minded individuals to foster resilient communities. She's the founder of Ukusphere of Knoxville, an all-ages group for ukuleles. She's an international ambassador for jazz, the host of Jazz Jam with Kelly Jolly on community radio. She is also a founder of the Women in Jazz Jam Festival. She's a teaching artist on the Tennessee Arts Commission roster, a member of the Jonesboro Storytelling Guild, and part of the National Association of Black Storytellers. She considers herself and her style of music as Afro-Latin. She's known as the Afro-Latin Georgia Lina Peach. We're gonna play one of her joyful songs, and you're welcome to sing along on the chorus. Here's Celebration of Life by Kelly Jolly. And the ukulele players are gonna be playing what's known as the island strum. Share the love, spread the joy, let perfect peace surround you. Share the love, spread the joy, let perfect peace surround you. Share the love, spread the joy, let perfect peace surround you. Together we'll walk in the light. A celebration of life. 2, 3. My sister, I hear you crying. Day and night, teardrops fall. Needing someone you can depend on. Praying someone will hear your call. My sister, don't you worry. I'm here to lend a helping hand. I'll be someone you can depend on, somebody who understands. Share the love, spread the joy, let perfect peace surround you. Share the love, spread the joy, let perfect peace surround you. Share the love, spread the joy, let perfect peace surround you. Together we'll walk in the light. A celebration of life. 2, 3. My family, I see you hurting, suffering from all those scars, needing someone you can depend on, somebody to hear your call. My family, don't you worry. I'm here to lend helping hand. I'll be someone you can depend on, somebody who understands. Share the love, spread the joy, let perfect peace surround you. Share the love, spread the joy, let perfect peace surround you. Share the love, spread the joy, let perfect peace surround you. Together we'll walk in the light. A celebration of life. Share the love, spread the joy, let perfect peace surround you. Share the love, spread the joy. And not only did all the ukulele players put in the practice and learn these songs, also Isis learned all these songs. Thank you, Isis. All right, our final song is by Emma's Revolution. The social justice activist duo of Pat Humphreys and Sandy O. The duo named themselves after activist Emma Goldman. Now, if you don't know who she is, she was born in Europe in 1869. She was a writer, a political activist, and an anarchist revolutionary. And the band takes their name from one of hundreds of her famous quotes: "If I can't dance, I don't want to be part of your revolution." Yeah. Emma's Revolution has performed at protests for peace, women's rights, labor rights, environmental protection, and other progressive causes. And as you may know, they often combine forces with Holly Near. Their songs are also covered by various choral groups, including church choirs and labor choruses, and now the 2024 National Women's Music Festival Ukulele Chorus. Thank you. And sing along with us, Swimming to the Other Side. Intro. Hold. We are living in the great big dipper. We are washed by the very same rain. We are swimming in the stream together. Some in power, some in pain. We can worship this ground we walk on, cherishing the beings that we live beside. Loving spirit
by living greatly different. We are washed by the very same rain. We are swimming in the stream together, some empowered, some in pain. We can worship this ground we walk on, cherishing the beings that we live beside. Loving spirits will live forever. We're all swimming to the other side. Loving spirits will live forever. We're all swimming to the other side. Thank you all. There is more happening on this stage. There'll be a huge set change. Please come back and enjoy 3 more acts on the main stage. And safe travels if you have to leave. Thank you. We'll see you next time.
Oh, now, don't go away. This is the time that you have been waiting for and dying for. It's the announcement of who is the winner of the Emerging Artist Contest. So, butts and seats, isn't it? Something like that. How about that? Let's give another hand for the ukulele people. Come on, that was amazing. That's right, that's right. Don't go anywhere unless you got to use the bathroom. But I am going to announce the emerging artists right now. So hang on just a second. Can I do that? Oh, wow. Okay, that was fast. They just beamed up over here. Now, you all know there are no losers in this game. Every one of them are winners. And I am just so incredibly proud. I know Lisa and I have, we really made some great decisions, and we're happy, so happy with the choices we made for this year's emerging artists. Yeah, please give them a, and you all know how it works, right? People with the most votes gets to go on next year, 2025, all expense paid, to perform an entire set on this stage. She rocks. And, I really want to thank all of you for stuffing the cash boxes and all the encouraging words. And I really, right now, want to introduce each one of them. Amelia Ray, take a bow, sister. Woohoo, thank you. Kelly Lynn Knott. And last but not least, Christy Lene. All right. Got all that out of the way. This morning I texted them and I said, today, we decided to make the announcement for the winner tomorrow. Just to see, I'm just playing around with them just to see if they're awake and paying attention. But they're here, so I'm really happy. Okay, so again, the winner of the emerging artist is Christy Lene. Talk to the management. And if you weren't on the living room stage when the 3 of them played together, oh my God, I really think, and I have heard this, that they should develop a band, all 3 of you, yeah? Okay, apply next year. Go for it.
Well, when I walked up this morning, I was informed that we have now decided we're going to start a reality TV show. With the three of us, we've started a band. We are called The Contestants, and we did a Joni Mitchell cover. So my hope is that the contestants will also be booked, and then we'll do our reality TV show, like behind the scenes DVD, at the festival next year. Don't you guys think that's a great idea?
Yes, exactly what she said. Please apply for next year so you can get on. Christy, there's a trophy floating around. We haven't found it yet, but it's for the Emerging Artist winner. Yeah, there's a trophy. And no, it's not gold. It's not gold, but you know, it looks really cool. I didn't get one. I mean, when I won, I won in 2016 with Carol Walker Lurley. Did anyone remember that? Yeah, I just played bass for her. I was nobody. As far as
I would have given you a trophy seeing you on the dance floor the other night. Did anybody see that? I was like, Helen, you've been holding out on us. Come on now. She said it's my alter ego.
to say, I told you so. You know I hate to say, but I told you so. Come kiss all the boys and bars. Shoot another shot to stop the feeling. Come say it's just the way you are. Make no excuse, no stupid reason. One good night, one good night, yeah. To stop the world, just to stop the feeling. One good night, one good night, one good night, yeah. girls, they have a couple drinks, all the pretty girls. So now they wanna kiss all the pretty girls. They got to have a taste of a pretty girl. In the AM, all the pretty girls act like it never happened in another world. Yeah, it's a blessing and it's a curse, so keep on pretending, pretty girl. All the pretty girls. This conversation's classic. I can predict this shit line by line. I like your straight jacket, but it feels like it's a little tight. And your boyfriend's cute. I say, yeah, he can come too. You'll be his in the morning anyway. In the PM, all the pretty girls, they have a couple drinks, all the pretty girls. So now they wanna kiss all the pretty girls. They got to have a taste of a pretty girl. In the AM, all the pretty girls act like it never happened in another world. Yeah, it's a blessing and it's a curse, so keep on pretending, pretty girl. All the pretty girls. All the pretty girls. It's a blessing and it's a curse, so keep on pretending, pretty girl. All the pretty girls. Yeah, that is good. Pretending, pretty girl. Keep on pretending, pretty girl. Keep on pretending, pretty, keep on pretending, pretty girl. All the pretty girls. Pretending, pretty girl. Act like it never happened in another world. Keep on pretending, pretty girl. I'm in my own way and I made it. I'm your favorite reference, baby. Call me Deborah, yeah, you're so inside. Tectonic moves, I make 'em shock you like defibrillators. No style, I can't relate. I'll always be the one.
Hello? We have a few more things from the auction to auction off. And where's Diana? Anyway, Diana's going to auction these few things. It should take a few minutes, but open your pocketbooks and get these items because they're wonderful. Where's oh, I was looking down there for you.
And
Diana-
Linda Wilson during, and this just shows, doesn't matter what age you are or during COVID, she hand dyed along with Tess Imbolt over here to your left during the 2021 National Women's Music Festival virtual year. These hand-tied dyed shirts, this on the front and this on the back, and whoever the winning bidders are also going to get one of these shirts.
Even in quarantine, my heart is at National. We did these during the COVID year that we had to take it by, where we didn't have a festival. And on the back, it has our staff symbol. It's got a little heart right here. My heart is at National. I think I did this one because we had a lot of fun. We did 23 shirts in one day, so buy them.
Okay, Tess Imbolt, the auction coordinator, along with Procure, Lois McGinnis, who's right down here. She's going to tell us about the first trip.
Live Oak Cottages, 2-night stay for 2 people in a cottage at 1421 Gray Creeks Road in Grants Pass, Oregon.
$100 and go, bit of $100 and go, bit of $100 and go, bit of $100 and go, $100 and go, bit of $100 and go, bit of $100 and go. Let's move on. And now, are we doing the National Women's Music Festival ticket for next year, or do you have another trip? Okay.
We have 1 ticket to National next year and a 1-night stay at this Marriott. What a great prize.
And those dates are July 3rd to July 6th, 2025. $200 and go, bit of a 200, $200 and go now. Do it a half, bit of a 2 and a half, 2 and a half, bit of a 2 and a half. Give it to some of your friends that you want to be here. 2 and a half now. $300, $300, $300, $300, $300, $3 now, 3 and a half, bit of a 3 and a half, 3 and a half, bit of a 3 and a half, 3 and a half, 3 and a half, and $400, $400, $400, $400, $400 now, 4 and a half, bit of a 4 and a half, 4 and a half, bit of a 4 and a half. Lois, you got somebody? 4 and a half, bit of a 4 and a half, 4 and a half, bit of a 4 and a half, 50, 50, 4 and a half, 50, 50, 4 and a half, 50, 50, 4 and a half, 50, 50. $450 going once. This is below the retail value. You got 500? That's what I want to hear. And now 5 and a half, bit of a 5 and a half. 500 bid to buy them now. 5 and a half, bit of a 5 and a half, 5 and a half, bit of a 5 and a half, 5 and a half, 5 and a half, 50, 50, 5 and a half, 50, 50, 5 and a half, 50, 50. $500 going once. $500 twice. $500 third and final. Enjoy next year's festival. Sold to you, $500, $500. May we have your name, please? Who's logging it down? Please.
13.
Bidder number 13, that's what we need. By the way, you can pay out through those doors, right to the right are the finance women.
And you can get your gift certificates there too.
Yeah, they're all ready to process this. And now we have the beautiful dragonflies. Lois or somebody, let's showcase these dragonflies. That center one and 2 others. These are made by mothers and children in Haiti, and they support sound good wages for people in the farm trades.
This is all fair trade. Fair trade items sponsored by Fair Trade Minneapolis.
I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, a bit of it, and you're buying all 3. 100 now quarter, a bit of a quarter. Would you give a quarter, a bit of a quarter? 1 1/4. Thank you. Now 1 1/2, bit of a 1 1/2. 1 1/4 now, 1 1/2, 50, 50, 1 1/4 now, 1 1/2, 50, 50, 1 1/2, bit of a 1 1/2. 1 1/2. I have 100 1/4 over here. Now 1 1/2, now 175, 175, 175, $200, $200, $200, $200, $200, $200, $200, 175 now. $200, $200, $200, $200, $200, $200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter. She's out. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter. Now 2 and a half, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, bit of a 2 and a half, 2 and a half, and 275, bit of a 275, 275, 275, 2 and a half now, 275, bit of a 275. All the hands that have come up so far, you're out of the bidding. 275, bit of a 275, 275, 275. Final call, $275. Sold, 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 $250. Your bidder number or your name, please. And if bidder from yesterday, bidder number 71 is here, I would really like to personally thank you, and I would like to meet you. So if bidder 71 is in the house, I would really like to meet you and just say thank you. And if Ruth Landau is in the house, Ruth, you and I and Tess need to talk for 30 seconds. So Ruth, if you're in the house.
Okay, we've got the lighted note from Spotlight Stage made by Carol Branson. Made by Carol Branson, who works the Spotlight Stage.
$100 and go, bit of $100 now, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/4. I have 100 now, quarter, 1 1/2 now, 1 1/2, bit of a 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and now 175, 175, 175, 2, bit of a $200, $200, 2 and a quarter, 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 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, bit of a 2 and a half, and 275, bit of a 275, 275, 275, 275. What about anybody over here? 275, bit of a 275, bit of a now $300, $300, $300, $300, $300, 3 and a quarter, 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 3 and a half, bit of a 3 and a half, 3 and a half, bit of a 3 and a half, 3 and a half, bit of a 3 and a half, 3 and a half, 3 and a half, and now 375, 375, 375. No is not an answer. 375, 375, 375, 375, 375, 375, $400, 400, four now, four and a quarter, 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 four and a quarter. I have 400 down here. Now four and a quarter, four and a quarter, four and a quarter, 425. Don't kick yourself when you get home. You're going to kick yourself when you get home. Four and a quarter, 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 425. Going once, 425 second, and now four and a half, bit of a four and a half, four and a half, four and a half, 475, 475, bit of a 475, 475, bit of 475. Oh, I got her 10 minutes ago. I got her when you got her. And now, but she can go to 500 now. She can go to 500, and now she can go to 525. She can go to 525. Five and a quarter, five and a quarter, five and a quarter, five and a quarter, five and a quarter. Anybody else? Five and a quarter, five and a quarter, five and a quarter. 525 going once. 525 going twice. 525 third and final. Sold, sold, sold. $500, $500. And we know you, you've been working. Hey, ladies, thank you for this extra time for this. I got a little over-exuberant taking time with my Fever and Caitlin Clark tickets, so thank you for the extra time.
Okay, number for the silent auction, number 52 and number 96. If you are here, you won items and you have not picked them up. They're by the cashier.
Streak. I'm everywhere, I'm so Julia. That city still sluts the vibe, internationally recognized. I set the tone as my design, and it's stuck in your mind. Legacy is undebated. You gon' jump if AG made it. If you love it, if you hate it, I don't fucking care what you think. Drop down, yeah. The camera flash on. So stylish. Baby T is all gone. Drop down, yeah. Looking like an icon. Work angles, yeah. Yeah, 360. When you're in the mirror, do you like what you see? When you're in the mirror, you're just looking at me. I'm everywhere, I'm so Julia. When you're in the party, bumping that beat. 666 with a princess streak. I'm everywhere, I'm so Julia. Bumping that.
Yeah, the tag team's back. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, there you are. Okay, here's what we're doing. This morning, I was told by someone that we have a $10,000 match.
Woo! Yes.
A $10,000 match.
Fantastic.
So, not only, of course, I am the nickels, dimes, and I'll take your 20s. And she's, you know.
That's right.
She's Yubaka. Who sold a sweatband last night for $500 if you were not here.
That was great.
I was just glad you weren't taking off anything else.
Oh, no. I
Okay,
have my
thank you very
limits.
much. Okay, she has
That's
her
right.
limits. All right. So anyway, $10,000 match. Again, you can, in the program, we're also going to get the information into Hoover so that you could also just pick it up there. But there are 3 ways to be able to do that. There also is our P.O. box for the non-for-profit. You can write the check, send it there. And I will also be in the back. And if you donate any money today, Linda Wilson, our very own Linda Wilson, will be, you will get one of her tie-dyed t-shirts.
All right. That's a good one.
Oh, there we go. So
Beautiful, beautiful.
it's
okay.
what? Oh, from the
virtual.
From the virtual festival.
One of a
I know.
kind.
Even
nice.
in the quarantine, my heart is at National.
That's right.
Yep.
That's one of a kind. That's a collector's item right
yeah,
there.
that is. So anything else you want to say? What?
How long does a match last?
As fast as we can get it, but not just today. So, well, yeah.
So the one thing I would like to say first off is thank you. Yes. Is thank you for your generosity, and no matter what what number that adds up to be, thank you, because it all goes into the same pot. I remember once I was booked in Chicago. Tony Armstrong Jr. once again booked me in Chicago for many years. Mountain Moving House Cafe. You remember that one? That was a great venue many times. And I remember we had a potluck lunch because I was there, and Tony asked us, why do people give? That was the question. Why do people give? And I know there's about 10 10 of us around, and we all had very interesting answers. Well, people give because they're coming from their heart. People give for all kinds of reasons. And then she said, the primary reason that people give is because they were asked. So we have to get comfortable with the ask. That's what's happening now, and therefore create the opportunity for you to give. So thank you for giving, thank you for generosity, and thank you for your presence.
Yes, thank you. Quite frankly, we can't have a festival without you either. It'd be boring.
That's right. Thank you. There we go. This is how we do it. This is how we do it. That's right.
I can come down the aisles if you'd like.
All right. Thank you all so much.
Hello, beloved darlings. How are y'all? Everyone okay? Okay. I am very, very happy to prepare you for our next act. And you love her, but I'm going to also add some of the information that's really important to know. Robin Tyler is a pioneer within the grassroots movement of the LGBTI civil rights fight and has played a huge role in the struggle for equal rights, both in her current role as executive director of the Equality Campaign and as the first lesbian plaintiff to sue the state of California, challenging its ban on same-sex marriage. And Robin and her partner Diane were the only couple to receive a license in Los Angeles County on Monday, June 16, 2008, the evening before licenses were available to the public at large. married that day, surrounded by loved ones, friends, and the media in front of the Beverly Hills courthouse, where they had previously been denied their license. And that's not the first time she stood up to pave the way for equal rights. She was the first openly out of the closet gay or lesbian comic on stage in the 1970s and has been called the mother of gay comedy. And in 1994, she produced the first International Gay Comedy Festival in Sydney, Australia, in conjunction with Sydney's Mardi Gras. And she was also featured in the book Leading the Parade, Conversations with America's Most Influential Lesbian and Gay Citizens. In 2007, she revived Always a Bridesmaid, Never a Groom, her one-woman award-winning comedy show. She has produced 25 major women's music and comedy festivals, the 1993 March on Washington for LGBT rights, and very, very important, she is now in the film Outstanding, streaming on Netflix. Please welcome Robin Tyler.
You stayed on Sunday. Congratulations. I'm freezing. Is anybody else here cold? No? Get out. Yes, louder than no. It'll warm us up. Yes, I was married. There's no such thing as same-sex marriage, because after marriage, sex is never the same. The minute she said I do, she didn't, okay? We were married for, gosh, I don't know when that lawsuit was. Well, it's nice to be back here at the National Women's Music Festival. I was here when it was in Champaign. I don't know if anybody remembers that. And Marge Plum called me and said she was producing and said the university is going to throw us out because, this isn't funny, it's a real story. The university is going to throw us out because we're lesbians, but they said if we make $10,000 that they'll let us stay. So I went there, I was a producer, and I went there and I went over all the budget and this and that, and they ended up making $10,000, but they threw them out anyway because they were lesbians. So just the fact that we can gather here today, that I gather the majority of us are lesbians, yes? And I'm not a lesbian, I just said so as a career move. So, some career move. You know, all right, I have to just say this. I have to get this out of the way. God bless Stormy Daniels. She's the lesbian pinup now, right? I open my locker, there's Stormy Daniels right there. Who knew that that woman would hopefully help save us? I don't mind people being born again, but why do they have to come back as themselves? The good Christians, right? The good, you know, they always forget that Jesus was Jewish. That's because in every movie in the 1950s, Troy Donahue played Jesus Christ. But Jesus was a Jewish boy. He lived with his family till he was 30, took up his father's profession. His mother thought he was God. That is a Jewish boy, all right? But Jesus had a baby sister. The baby sister was, oh, thank God I'm out of the light, I can see you. The baby sister was Shirley of Nazareth. Do you remember Shirley of Nazareth? When they changed the water into wine, it was Shirley who said, who wants Manischewitz? Who wants a dry white Zinfandel? Shirley of Nazareth. You see these guys eating supper? Who the hell do you think cooked that last supper? Shirley of Nazareth. And she said, if you don't clean up, this time I'm done. It'll be the last time I serve supper. Ha! Last supper. And even if you don't believe in the Bible, you sure got to respect the woman who typed all of that. Oh, good, an intelligent audience. Thank you. Thank you, they get it. When a woman is in labor, let's talk about Mary, Jewish mother. This is the material, by the way, I got the most in trouble for. Was the Jesus stuff. Not the lesbian stuff, but you mustn't talk about Jesus. But when a woman is in labor, it is not a silent night, right? Right? Let me hear you sing, Silent Night. Come on. holy night. Ah! Doesn't make sense. And she was a Jewish mother. I mean, first of all, he found this barn, right? Joseph says, don't worry, I've got she's on a donkey. Oi, oi, oi is the Jewish primal scream. Oi, I can't. And so he finds a barn, and she walks in and said, you want me to give birth here? This is filthy, filthy. So Joseph goes out and buys, cleaning material and Clorox, and goes to the barn and washes and washes and washes until that barn was immaculate. You see how stories get passed down incorrectly? There was something immaculate about it, and she's sitting there giving birth, and she said, who are those three wise guys watching? Get the hell out of here, you perverts. Just what she needed, incense and mirth, right? She needed a doctor. Maybe not. I don't know. Okay. All right, that's the Jesus stuff. A lot of people, you've been asking me about doing certain routines. Everybody remembers different routines of mine. Is there any routine you want in particular? Which one? Mexico? Say it again. Speculum? Are you yelling out speculum? What did you do with Chris Williamson? Sing filling up and spilling it over, right? Robin Tyler, speculum, do the dirty stuff. Filling up and spilling over, speculum. You'll do what we want, we're dykes, we're tough. You know, my mother saw me, I produced the 3 marches in Washington, 79, 87, and 93. And in 93, I used all comics. I don't know if you remember all the comics on stage as the MCs because they knew how to move everybody. So the CNN says, put down what you are. So they meant like Robin Tyler, producer, right? But I thought they meant, so I put Robin Tyler Dyke. So when they're showing it on CNN, my mother was watching. And she calls up and she said, what is a dyke? And I said, it means doctor of young karate experts. Till the day she died, she never knew. You know, I knew I was a lesbian. I was born a lesbian. Because the doctor hit me, I hit him back. And when I was growing up, do you remember the fairy tales? Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Jill completed the job effectively and efficiently. Why would Jill go tumbling after? Oh, Jack broke his crown. I think I'll just break mine, right? Then Prince Charming with Snow White, right, who left the Wicked Witch with whom she had had a relationship for 3 years to wash socks for 7 little dwarves, right? Gay dwarves, the leather dwarf, the bear, whatever. S to M, M to F, whatever. Who can remember these things? And he leans down and thinks she's dead, and he kisses her. And they call us queer, okay? Oh, she's dead, I'm just gonna kiss her. Get away from me. Well, it wasn't easy growing up in Canada. And I knew that whatever I was, I didn't want to play with dolls. My cousin Anita brought me a doll. I took it, I broke it on the kitchen. I remember I just broke it. I know. I wanted to be Roy Rogers, remember? With little guns and a little lasso. I should have known there was a name for it. And I knew I was different, and I knew that whatever I was the only one in the whole world. Because I was like a little boy. And I grew up, and I had a crush on Bonnie Warhaft in school. And Bonnie wanted to, like, be in theater, so I wrote a play for the 2 of us in elementary school. And we rehearsed together, and she paid a lot of attention to me. And then right after we did the 2-person play, she dropped me, which was a lesson that I learned with women, okay? Never finish the play, all right? But she was like that. Oh, bye, show business. Well, I wasn't interested in boys at all, so my mother and father decided they would send me to the Banff School of Fine Arts in Canada, where I could meet somebody and fall in love. They were right. I got on a train, and sitting there was a woman who was to become a role model of every woman I've ever loved. She was a cross between Grace Kelly, Katharine Hepburn, and Humphrey Bogart. And her name was Sherry Bernstein. She was an heir to Seagram's, but I didn't care. She was from the other side of the tracks. I loved her. Sherry, oh my God. And I went, and I wasn't in the room with her. I was rooming across from her, and we went everywhere together, to drama school and to dance class. I went, whatever she enrolled in, I enrolled in, and I followed her. One day she ran into my room and she said, "Robin, the girl in my room tried to kiss me." What? And I went and I hit the girl in Sherry's room. Carol Salute was her name. And I thought, wait a minute. I've wanted to kiss her ever since I've met her. So I ran down to the Banff School of Fine Arts. This is Banff, Alberta, very, very gay. And I picked up a booklet, and in it was written, and this is a true story: if you are a woman and you love another woman, what you are is a lesbian. Everybody could tell you you're wrong, but if it feels right to you, it is right. Signed, Del Martin and Phyllis Lyon. P.S. Moved to a big city immediately. So I thought, I'm a lesbian. So I went back to the Banff School of Fine Arts, screaming down the hall, "Hey, everybody," because I thought it was like learning I was an Aries, right? "I'm a lesbian, I'm a lesbian." And my teacher, who was just like Maggie Smith in the prime of Jean Brodie, came out and said, there, dear, we're all thespians, that's why we're here." Well, I decided when I would go home that I would tell my mother, and I was practicing how I would tell her, "Matchmaker, matchmaker, make me a match. Find me a find, catch me a catch. Matchmaker, matchmaker, look through your book. Make me the perfect." Oh, well, you don't sing either. The dog barks on my singing. I know it's not a pug, is it? For Mama, for Mama, make it a doctor. For Papa, a lawyer someday. For me, well, doesn't matter as long as she looks like Ava Gardner and she's gay. Mama, I'm a lesbian. Oi! Oi! Take a knife. Oi is the Jewish primal scream. Take a knife, stab me in the heart. Jack, pour salt in. My mother did not take it well. And I thought, why not? 1959. And I thought somebody else has to be gay in Canada, in Winnipeg. So I began to suspect Terry Bishuk, because he was the only boy who wore purple eyeshadow in geometry class, right? I don't know why we studied geometry. Do you ever use geometry? The only thing I know is in bed, triangles don't work. Well, the hand you're kissing may be your own. There's one of you that gets absolutely everything ahead of everybody else. Were we lovers? Was that it? So Terry and I used to stand on the corner in 1959 of Portage and Main. They're doing a documentary actually about the gay rights movement in Canada, and they included this. And we would hold up a sign saying, "Gay is good," and people thought we meant happy and would give us money, okay? And one day we were standing on the corner of Portage and Main, and a man came over and said, "I know what you are. You're one of them homosexuals. You know, well, I think they should put all of your homosexuals and put you on an island somewhere." And Terry said, "They did, darling, and they call it Manhattan." And I said, "Yeah, well, if Michelangelo had been straight, the Sistine Chapel would have been wallpapered." Yeah. So, meanwhile, I was still in love with Sherry, who lived on the other side of the tracks. And one day she called me and she said, "Robin, I'm getting married to Ivan Berkowitz, that turd." And I thought, that's going to be the story of my life. Always a bridesmaid, never a groom. So who knew that like 50 years later I would be legally married? But then I was just, crying, and I thought, okay, I better move to a big city. So I thought about New York City. because I heard that everybody looked like Audrey Hepburn, all the lesbians, right? And also you could be out of the closet. The Mattachine Society was there. So I moved to New York when I was 19 or 20. I looked like a little boy, and I moved to New York City, and I went to my first gay bar. It was really a lesbian bar. All of the bars were owned by the mafia. How many, do you remember those? And you waited in line. You waited in line. You paid $3 outside the door in the dead of winter, right? They stamped your hand, and it said queer. And you put it under a thing, and to this day, it's still, if you look at my hand, it says queer on it, right? And then you went in, and it was just like a Jewish wedding. Men were dancing with men, women were dancing with women. Only it was illegal, right? So a woman would stand at the door with a whistle, and the cops would always raid the bars. So we'd be dancing with each other, and then all of a sudden you'd hear the whistle, and you'd have to grab a gay guy and dance. Well, I'll dance with him, but I sure won't let him lead. Da 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 da. Well, the first time I went into the Sea Colony, that was the name of it. Anybody remember that? Next to that hamburger place that made you ill? What was it? Do you remember the hamburger place? It was 15, well, what do you want, 15 cents? All right, so I go into the Sea Colony. It's the first time, and I don't drink. and I've caught up now. I don't drink now either, so, but I did. Anyway, yeah, I don't drink, and I go to and I order like a ginger ale, and I hear this voice, "Hey, baby Butch." Excuse me, are you talking to me? Yeah, you a butch or you a femme? Well, what's the difference? Well, the femmes do the cooking, the cleaning, the housework, take care of all the butch's emotional needs, and the butch makes all the decisions. I'm a butch! So was my Jewish mother. At that point, I didn't know it meant rolls in bed. If you were a butch and you made love to a woman, but she didn't make love to you, you were called a stone butch. Remember? I called it a stupid butch, but they were called a stone butch. If you're a butch and you made love to a woman and then she made love to you, you were called kai kai, but you made love to her first because you were the butch, right? Okay, but there was one rule. There was a hard and fast rule in the 60s. Butches go with femmes. I only had one problem. I was attracted to other butches. In my own society, I was a queer. You weren't supposed to be attracted to other butches. You were supposed to, like, do sports with other butches. So I joined a hockey team. I was the puck. So I was very confused that there were all these rules, right? All these rules about being butch or femme. I had promised Terry that I would go to a drag ball. Do you know what drag is? Drag is when men put on everything we dykes refused to wear since we were 4 years old, okay? So I go to my first drag ball, and this is another, everything is true. I go to my first drag ball at the Manhattan Hotel, and there's 500 drag queens dancing with 500 men in tuxedos on the first floor. On the second floor was the policeman's convention. So of course they raided that drag ball, and all the drag queens are jumping in, "Oh, don't arrest me, don't arrest me." And I'm from Canada, so we're friends with the police, right? So, "Excuse me, officer, why are you arresting these gentlemen? You don't fool me. You're one of them." And he threw me into handcuffs, which is how I got into bondage. And they arrested Mina Chernick's little girl for female impersonation. They threw me in a paddy wagon with 44 drag queens off to jail, right? And they line us up against the wall, and the drag queens are going, "But she's a girl, she's a girl." And the cops saying, "You all call each other this, girl that." So they allowed me one phone call. One phone, in case I was a woman. Okay, did I call my mother? Hello, Mommy? Yeah, it's Arlene. I'm in New York, arrested for female impersonation. Oi! My mother always said I drove her crazy. I did not. I flew her there. It was faster. So, now, I didn't call my mother. I couldn't afford to call a lawyer. So I called the New York Post, and they came and they looked, and the next day the headlines were 44 men and a real girl arrested for female impersonation. So I thought, well, if I can fool the police, I can fool the public. So I went down to a club called the 82 Club, and I called Kit Russell, and I said, I'd like to, audition. So I auditioned, and I did Judy Garland. If happy little bluebirds fly beyond the rainbow. How many are you attracted to me now? Why, oh, why can't... You don't get the last note because I'm not Chris. Anyway, and so Kit says, that's great, because there was a woman named Stormy Daniels that was with the, Stormy, what's her name, Laverne, that was with the Jewel Box Review, and he said, okay, well, just grab a suit and a tux. I said, no, I don't want to impersonate a man, I want to impersonate a woman. And so he said, really? And so in 1962, I impersonated Judy Garland, and they all thought it was a boy, and I became the most famous female impersonator in the United States for 2 years, right? My mother came to see me one day, and I didn't tell her it was all men in the show. And she said, oh, those girls were fabulous. And I said, Mama, I'm the only girl in the show. She was sobbing. Well, while I was singing that night, I saw a woman sitting over here, and she was drop-dead gorgeous. She looked like Audrey Hepburn. And I went over to her after intermission, and I said, excuse me, I'm going to marry you. I'm in love with you, and I'm going to marry you. Her lover did not take it well. But I did. I ended up with her, and her name was Pat Harrison. And from 55 years, I knew what I wanted, somebody gorgeous, talented, and who loved me. So that was good. So Patty and I got together, and we became she was a high fashion model in Vogue magazine. She did Look Life, Harper's Bazaar. She had done Time. And we used to do jokes here, A cup, B cup, and C cup meet Demi-Tasse, right? As a comedy team. And then one day we read The Feminine Mystique, and we thought, why should we put each other down? Why should we be the subject of the humor? Let's make women the object of the humor, right? Let's make women the subject. Let's stop making fun of ourselves. So we began to go on stage. We ended up going to Vietnam for 6 weeks through the USO because we had moved to California, and the USO paid $220 a week per person. That's $440. We were there for 6 weeks, and they gave us free uniforms, and I always loved a woman in uniform. So saved her from putting it on in the bedroom. So there we were. Any police here, by the way? So there we were, and we did Vietnam, and we came back, and we went from being very commercial comics to wearing blue jeans and T-shirts, and we began to do anti-war material. And we began to take on all the stuff that men had done in us, we turned around. And hey, baby, hey. What are they touching down there, hey? Do we go, hey? No, but they go, hey. So important, hey. I don't have penis envy. I have 12 at home in a drawer in Los Angeles. So we became Harrison and Tyler, a feminist comedy team. In 1970, when we got back from Vietnam, we stopped a Rams Raider game, and we called for more, in front of 64,000 people, and we called for more scholarships for women. And I said to Patty, don't get up, Don't get up, let them drag us off the field and we'll hit the press all over the world. So she stayed down. Of course, I got up and walked off, and she was dragged across the field, and she did. She ended up making the press. Well, Patty and I, we did a lot of stuff. We were open lesbians. We were open lovers. Jane Fonda had us in her show in 1970, the FTA show for, she was fighting the Vietnam War, and there were 2,000 soldiers, and we kissed on stage, Patty and I, and said, love means never having to say you're sorry. And the soldiers loved it, of course. Who knew we were there? You know what? Well, two lesbians are men's greatest fantasy. 2,000 are men's greatest fear. So I know they're all good lines, aren't they? When you've been on as long as I have, just pluck, pluck, pluck. So, Rose, how you doing? Are you here? Oh, good. Don't be nervous. You'll be great. You'll be great following me. How much time? Now I'm going to do Rose's act because it'll make it difficult on her. Like I need young competition. Like I need a 28-year-old comic. I'm in my cart going down the hall. She's just finished working out for an hour, and she's jogging along my cart. All the way here she's jogging. Are you out of breath, Rose? No, I feel great. So, take 82 minus 28. Can somebody come up with the difference in age? No, you don't need a calculator. Touch that iPhone and I'll kill you. Are we all friends on Facebook, or should we put the lights up and start to friend each other, okay? Why should we experience each other in person when we can do it on our iPhone? So where was I? I'm what age? Oh, yeah, Vietnam, and we came back, very radical. And Fred Silverman, who was the head of ABC Television, sees us on The Tomorrow Show with Snyder, Tom Snyder. And Tom Snyder, I don't know if you ever watched it, she's so boring, so boring. So Patty and I started to fight. We always could do that in comedy. She'd say black, I'd say white, blue, yellow, whatever. And he saw us, and he brought us to his office, and he said, the head of ABC, well, I'm going to make you girls stars, right, girls? Okay. And so I said, well, Mr. Silverman, I need to tell you something. We're gay. We're lesbians, and we're lovers. Oh, that's okay. A lot of people in show business are gay. Just don't tell anyone. So we made them take the morals contract for the first time in history out of a television contract, and they eliminated the morals contract. I mean, that's why when you watch Paul Lynde or Rip Taylor or all of these people that were, even Lily Tomlin, whom I adore, and Jane Wagner, but they made them sign a morals contract, which is, horrible because, it was aimed at us to keep us quiet. So we signed it, and we did 3 pilots and you know what? Instead we were these radical political comics. We did all this material on feminism, and they tried to make us into Laverne and Shirley, okay? It was terrible. Everybody says, oh, you could have been mainstream stars. What, for a year or two? It was fabulous that we weren't, and that we ended up losing our contract, because the day after we appeared on the Croft Comedy Hour and we were the stars, I had spoken against Anita Bryant. I think Anita Bryant is to Christianity what paint by numbers is to art. That's the line. She even quit the church she was going to because the choir insisted on singing Go Down Moses. You like the filthy ones, don't you? You're so nice in the hall. You make room for me. You're so sweet and everything. You come in here, and it's like a nightclub crowd. All right, I'll give you what you want. Okay. Anyway, look, no, I won't. Why would I? Is there a child in the audience and I'm saying these things? Oh, I see. Am I okay? Oh, right. It's all right. I'm sorry about the banning books on you, by the way. I really am. We're going toward, we have to be very careful. This is the Midwest, and the next election depends on you. How many of you are from the Midwest? Yeah. You got to work your asses off now in the next few months, or we're going to end up, what? What did you say? I didn't hear it. Minnesota? Are you shouting out your states now? Is this a convention? Look at me. Do you see flags behind me? Does this look like a convention to you? I'm from Minnesota. So what? I'm from Manitoba. We're not even voting. But you are. Minnesota. Okay. All right. If you want to shout out your state all at once, go ahead. 1, 2, 3. Hear that? All right. So we were assigned, we did all these things, and the night of the Croft Comedy Hour, I ended up, and they put on television the national news, avowed lesbian. In those days, you couldn't be a lesbian. You had to swear you were a lesbian. You had to like sign, I'm a lesbian, I vow, I swear. Avowed lesbian, Robin Tyler takes on Anita Bryant. So that was the end of our career. And Patty said to me, Robin, why don't you talk about, like, why don't you do openly gay material, openly lesbian material? I said, I don't know how. I said, no, I didn't. Nobody had ever done it before. When there's not somebody in front of you, how do you start? And also when all the comedy's been used against you, right? They did the queer jokes, the dyke jokes, and the faggot jokes. How do you turn it around? So I just started slowly doing it. And that's, so I wouldn't have had, there'd be no Robin Tyler without Pat Harrison. That's what I'm trying to say. Now, okay, how many more minutes do I have? 3, okay. No, I know I don't. The crew down there, no, don't listen to them, don't listen to them. Calm, you're butchers, be calm. Let me see. 22? And if I do 21, am I in trouble? Yeah, okay, all right. Where was I? Oh, right, okay. Patty and I got thrown off of television. I started being Robin Tyler. Oh, by the way, how many of you have dogs? Applaud. How many of you have cats? Applaud. Why are cat lovers louder than dogs lovers? I don't think so. How many of you had dogs? Yeah. All right. How many of you have a pug? You do? That's you, Carol, right? I needed silence then so I could do a joke, but no, you had to say, because that's our pug. I have a pug named Oscar Wilde. He's beautiful for his breed, all right? We all cannot be like Rin Tin Tin. They called me from the Palm Springs Animal Shelter, and they said, we have a dog here, and they used him to breed, and then they gave him up. He's a really good-looking dog. And then somebody adopted him and gave him back because he was too wild. So now it's COVID. Can I make it to Palm Springs without going to the bathroom? Because, no, LA to Palm, none of the bathrooms were open. LA to Palm Springs. Now, I still had my thing from the Michigan Festival. You know the cup? So, hell, I don't need a bathroom. I just need a tree and a lot of leaves. So I said, sure. And I go down and I drive down. It takes 2.5 hours. And I meet this little puppy, this beautiful little pug. And I said, what happened? And they said, well, he's been locked up. I said, well, he's not wild. He's not too wild. He's Oscar Wilde. And so I adopted him. And you got to know, my other pugs were cute little, quiet little female pugs, just wonderful. Oscar Wilde is Arnold Schwarzenegger on steroids. Oscar Wilde from here can jump onto a grand piano. He is the most physically active pug I have ever seen. But when I come home from being on the road, I can be on for 2 days, and Oscar will say, oh my God, thank God you were home. I was gonna cut my wrist. I swear to God, I love you. Why did you leave me? What did I do wrong? I'll do everything right. Please don't leave me. I love you. I also have 2 cats. And when I come home after being on the road, it can be for 2 months. My cats look at each other and they go, oh, it's her again. Was she away? Well, which one of us is going to talk to her this time? So Miazetta, my Siamese cat, says, I'll take care of this. And she goes up to me and she goes, welcome home. Do you remember before you left, we told you we do not like Calcan? Why did you insist on leaving us a month's worth of Calcan? Did you think we were joking? When you go into your bedroom, you will notice that we have shit all over the bedroom. Will that teach you a lesson? But I love my cats because they're independent and yeah, I love them. So I love dogs and cats. My orangutan is a little hard to control, you know. If I could adopt anything, I would adopt an elephant. I used to have a tour company. I went to Botswana. I love baby elephants. I love, what's your favorite animal? If you could adopt anything, I know we can't adopt wild animals, and I know the lesbian stuff, and we don't do that, but just tell me, if you could have any animal, what would you want? A what? A hawk? All right, give us your address. We're sending you one. Okay? Hi, I'm the gorilla that Robin sent. I wish life were like that. Patty passed away about 6 years ago. It's difficult. It's difficult when you've lived with somebody. By the way, I was married to Diane. It's just it's another lesbian story, all right? All right, we were the first ones married in California because we were the ones to sue. I don't know if you remember the second march on Washington, but I wanted to put on, these two men called me and wanted to do a marriage ceremony. This is 87, and the whole board voted against. You know, there's always the same board, 64 people that think they're going to plan what everybody else should do in the movement, and they all voted against having a marriage ceremony except for MCC Church and PFLAG. And so they said, no, we're not having one. So I called the guys and I said, it's great, we're doing it, right? I am known as Robin Tyler, she who is difficult to work with. So, well, what's it up to them to decide if people want to get married? So we had the very first marriage ceremony, right? Were any of you at the wedding in 87, right? There were like 5,000, 6,000 people at the wedding. Other than the AIDS quilt, it was the biggest thing this huge thing at the wedding. And that became the first mass civil rights demonstration for marriage equality rights. And yes, that was good. I'll drop in a joke in a minute. And at the same march was the AIDS quilt. And I think that was the change in the movement. I think in 1987, we went from a sexual freedom movement to a civil rights movement. I think the change between the AIDS quilt and having the marriage ceremony and beginning to insist that we have civil rights happened at the 87 march. So that's your history. Oh, they're gone. They were trying to keep me on stage. They were blocking the curtain. All right, is there any question you want to ask before I leave the stage? You know, no? Thank you for everything. No, you know what? I got to tell you something. Thank you for everything. Thank you. When I first came out as a comic, lesbians didn't have that much of a sense of humor, trust me. But you know why? Because the jokes had always been on you and on us. So when we saw something funny, humor is the razor-sharp edge of the truth. It's pain and anger made funny. There is no such thing as just kidding. So you had to sit through the dyke jokes, the faggot jokes, the rape jokes, and then all of a sudden somebody gets on stage and is going to do comedy, and your first thing is, what are they going to do? And all of a sudden, because humor is a weapon, it's our comedy. It's our comedy. So I think the greatest thing to come out of the women's music movement is the comedy movement. Thank you very much, and good night. Thank you.
We're waiting for our next artist, who I believe is in the building. So meanwhile, I can say something nice to all of you. Because after the next introduction, I have to get ready to go to the airport and leave. I've had such a good time, such a wonderful, wonderful audience. Everyone who's come up to me and spoken to me is so intelligent and loving. And I'd like to make one last plea for women's history and our lesbian future, and that is, please work on getting cursive handwriting back into the schools. Why? And I want to share a very short, moving story. When I was at the June Mazer Lesbian Archives in Los Angeles in late September, October, I was taken through an incredible arrangement of donated materials, as I see in every lesbian archive. And I spoke with Angela, the curator, who said, we have wonderful college interns who are eager to work here, but they can't read the old love letters, diaries, and notes from softball games and political meetings. Bring cursive back to the schools, and we will have our history archived. Okay, that's my last pitch to you. And now I have the great honor of bringing on Rose Feinshank. This woman is a stand-up comedian based in Baltimore, Maryland, and she began as a burlesque comedian telling jokes between dancers' sets, making her name in the Baltimore comedy scene by winning the Chapala Roast Battle. She is inspired by her heroes, Andy Kaufman, Tim Heidecker, Eric Andre, and Maria Bamford. And she has never shied away from owning her lesbian pride on or off the stage. She's frequently performed with her mentor, Suzanne Westenhofer. Please, please welcome Rose Feinshank.
All right, let's go, lesbians! Cool. Keep it going for Robin, y'all. That was amazing. It's funny. I got to take a picture with her yesterday, and I sent it to my mom, right? And the first thing my mom says is, "I told you to stop dating older women." And I'm like, "Mom, no, this is Robin Tyler. She was the first out lesbian stand-up comedian. And because of everything she did, I get to not only be openly gay, I get to be an openly gay stand-up comic." My mom's just like, "Oh, so it's her fault. Walter, we found the reason. It's Robin Tiles or something. We're gonna have a word with her." Yeah. Guys, I'm what they call straight passing. Straight people want to talk to me. I'll pass. No, thank you. Yeah, I am coming here today from Baltimore. Baltimore is kind of like a hot-bedded, seat of political discourse, mostly because of the bridge thing. Did y'all hear about that? I had to swim part of the way here, y'all. It's funny because I didn't know that so many Republicans were bridge experts until our bridge collapsed, right? Because all of a sudden it's, oh, you're crumpling infrastructure and Joe Biden and blah, 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 blah. That's why it collapsed. I'm pretty sure the bridge collapsed because a boat hit it. No expert like the rest of them, but I just think that's what happens. Guys, I'm gonna be honest, I was really nervous to come perform for you tonight just because I know there's a generational gap, right? And I have some really big shoes to fill. I have a lot of people to be really thankful for making this all possible. And I take it really seriously. So my hope is that I do, despite any, differences, I do manage to give you guys a good time. The main thing is, if my act is lewd and crude, please know that that's because you did such a good job at what you did. No one told me I didn't have to be, or wasn't allowed to be, sorry. So, thank you. That being said, I do have a bone to pick with y'all. I don't know what was going on in that red tent this weekend. What kind of high vibrational goddess worship was going on? My period came a week early. Okay? And I'm not saying this is a mature crowd. However, this is the only women's festival I've been to where no one had a tampon for me. You brought the whole tent, no tampons. My gosh, my hotel room looks like a murder scene, you guys. I don't know what I'm gonna tell the people who clean. Like, just, they come in. This may look bad, but I hid the body. Don't worry, right? Oh man, yeah. Well, I will tell you a little bit about me. I don't know if you could tell by the impression of my mother. We're Jewish. We're Jewish people. It's interesting hanging around straight people. When I say I'm a Jewish lesbian, they'll be like, so did you have to, like, get your strap-on circumcised? Real smart, that bunch. But, you know, I've been thinking kind of a lot about how, kind of like Robin was saying, being a lesbian, it's not just about being attracted to women. There's kind of certain things we have in common, right, that we can kind of sense in one another, which is really cool. We were able to pick that up. I asked my mom, did you know I was gay when I was a little kid? And she's like, well, I suspected. And I'm like, okay, what was the giveaway? And she's like, keep in mind, have y'all noticed that whenever you ask your parents, how'd you know I was gay, it never has anything to do with being gay? My mom was like, oh, you used to get on top of the jungle gym and you would bite the other children. Mom, I don't think that was because I was gay. I think I should have been on Ritalin for years. My mom's great though. She's really accepting. She's always, she's my biggest supporter. She's very protective of me though, especially because I am kind of like a golden retriever puppy. If someone is nice to me for 2 seconds, I'm like, oh, that means we're best friends. Great, right? And I'm especially, as a teenager, I was really drawn to older gay people because I sensed something we had in common, didn't have the words for it yet. I remember I was in the hospital, right? And there was kind of this common area. And I spotted this, definitely in hindsight, had just come out of prison, right? This blonde twink who kind of looked like a, Gary Busey if he was made of beef jerky. And I didn't have gaydar yet, but I was drawn to him. Like, somehow I knew he was gay because he was laying on this, like, hospital common room sofa like it was a chaise lounge, right? Flipping through the hospital food menu going, oh, they have salads. Oh, but what would I put on my salad? No one ever had a problem getting a salad, though. It's so healthy. I'm staring at him like, oh. My mom looks at me, and she goes, Rose, just so you know, just because someone is gay does not mean they're nice. And I know that is true, especially about gay guys, no offense, because I went out the other day in the gayborhood, like just the one time I wore a low ponytail. I stepped out, immediately some twink shouts, yes, okay, you are serving Paul Revere. That was him trying to tell me I looked like a colonial man. So yeah, not all gay people are nice. I don't know. I like to think I am. I have a lot of straight friends because I consider myself an ally, right? It's important. I'm actually on my mom's side and my dad's side. There's a lot of straight, allegedly. Oh, I had to have gotten it from somewhere, yeah, I have these straight friends, and like one thing now, progress is great. I am so fucking sick of them trying to compare their relationships to mine. I will tell you why. I have a very specific type. I like to date older butch lesbians from the 90s with terrible tribal tattoos who look like they would grab me by the face and sing Melissa Etheridge down my throat. Whew. Whew. Oh my gosh, I see a bad stick and poke and a pair of Birkenstocks. I'm like, yes, daddy, come to my window. I will say my type is kind of harder to find these days just because maybe 15 years older, not on the apps, still using the moon to locate each other, you know? I do have a girlfriend though. Her name is Vanessa, but it's actually Van. Oh my God. You know, I will say because I'm straight passing, she gets a lot of more flack than I do even when we're together, right? Because a lot of progress has been made, and I think y'all will like to hear this. The same guys that y'all were fighting back in the day, now that they lost, boy, are they mad. Boy, are they mad when they walk by, and they'll try to tell us about it. Again, I am kind of thankful in the sense that I'm not like other gays. I'm kind of stupid. And a lot of people ask me, you're so gay and you're so dumb. How does a girl do it all? You know? Clap it up if you're a little dumb sometimes. Yeah. For those of you who aren't clapping, no one's told you yet. No one's told you yet. But it's kind of cool because, again, raised Jewish, very sheltered, happy-go-lucky. I don't even know when someone's being homophobic to me. So I'm walking with my girlfriend, and someone says something to her. It's always some guy with, eyes that say, I don't like you so good, and hair that says, I sell propane and propane accessories, right? And the other day, he walked up to us. We're holding hands. He looks at my girlfriend, Van, and he goes, I wish they would give women like you a lobotomy, right? But me being kind of dumb, I was like, lobotomy? Oh, no thanks, she's la top. I'm la bottom. Yeah. And then, again, I was raised Jewish, so I didn't understand this. I didn't know people would shout Bible verses, so he shouts after us, Leviticus 18:20. And I was like, okay, Beverly Hills 90210. What a nice man. But my friends, though, I digress. I do have severe ADHD. That wasn't a joke. That's some good neurodivergence. So yeah, my friends will try to compare our relationships. And that, again, they will try to tell me, Rose, we're not so different after all, the straights and the lesbians. Oh, yes, we are. And I have no interest in changing that. I have no interest in going down to your level, because here's the thing. Back in y'all's time, which is still now, by the way, did you guys still had that joke about what do lesbians bring to the second date? U-Haul, except now all the lesbians are polyamorous, so it's a we-haul. Sometimes a they-them haul, I don't know. But, so we move fast. And here's something I don't tell to my straight audiences. I actually know why we move fast. Because those first 2 months, I think straight women, we're trying to figure out, what are we going to name our cats? Which angsty female vocalist are we going to name our cats after, right? During that time, straight women are asking different questions than us, like, am I going to wind up in a body bag? Female violence is not a joke. I don't know. But I will say, they'll come up to me and they'll try to brag about their boyfriend, and it's just not, there's no comparison. 2 weeks into the relationship, my friend comes up to me. Things are getting pretty serious between me and Kyle. He called me back. Oh, Kyle called you back. Kyle called you back. Kyle called you back. A woman I just met built me an above ground koi pond. With her bare hands. That's great. Things are progressing so quickly with you and Kyle, though. That's wonderful. Sometimes I think, just being, again, we're gonna get serious again for a second. I look out and I feel like I'm almost mourning a time I never got to be part of because, yeah, like a lot of my friends are straight. Like I have had to do that just because even though we can go out now and it is so much safer and it's so wonderful, we don't have that sense of kinship. We don't have that common language anymore, that sense of solidarity, right? Yes. And it's funny because even the things that I hear you guys used to fight about, you were still kind of at least on the same page, right? I asked someone, what did everyone used to fight about? And they're like, is meat allowed at Mitch Fest, right? Do you want to know what we're fighting about? Can a queer platonic gender flux demi-boy still cohabitate with a non-binary pansexual demi-girl and have it still be considered queer platonic? And you know what we're not fighting? The patriarchy! Pardon me. That's kind of how it is. So I'm kind of like this lone duckling just in this sea of like straight people trying to find where I relate to them. And it's hard because, again, we're in different phases in life right now, right? The saying queers get 10 more years. I don't know if that was the case for me or just regular autism, but, we're asking different questions in life, me and my straight friends, because they're very much like, oh my God, I just got diagnosed with pregnant, right? I don't know why my friend is a Muppet, by the way. And we're asking different questions. What do I name this baby? Oh, how much do I spend on this house? I'm asking questions that I think are important. What's it like getting head from those people who talk fast at auctions? Coming once, coming twice. And it is, it can be difficult in that sense. And then, there's this big comeback in terms of the old school Christian nationalism is it's very scary, right? And it's just like people keep like telling me like, you gotta stop being gay because of Jesus' second coming. And I was like, no, why should I do that? My girlfriend gave me my seventh coming in the back of my Honda Civic. Right? They're like, Jesus was nailed to a cross for you. I said, I got nailed in the back of my Honda Civic. Your move, Jesus. Taylor Swift has released 10 albums yet. Jesus only, he hasn't done his second. So I'm just saying. But it's also tricky now because they've brought back stuff from the old playbook, right? Now they're trying to say, you're trying to corrupt our kids. You're trying to push it on our kids. Me existing is not pushing anything on your kids. You know what is pushing stuff on the kids? My roommate was baptized 7 times because the Baptists went to the local swimming pool and he just loved using the water slide. Every time, blessed be, blessed be. Have I seen this kid before? So yeah, I don't think it is, People keep talking about, oh, I don't want to be around men in dresses. What about the Pope? What about the Pope? Y'all are really fun. I'm so sorry, I got dry mouth. Can I tell you about, do you guys want to hear about the time I performed for kind of same generation, completely different politics? Oh, I performed for like all homophobes recently. Do you guys know those buildings where it's like, it's always named something like the Moose Hut or like the Camel Toe Lodge, or there's always an animal head on the wall and it's full of racists. You know what I'm talking about? So again, straight passing. Sometimes bookers in Maryland will just look through a list of headshots, right? And they'll see me, and they'll go, well, there's a blonde lady. And furthermore, a wooga. And so I get booked at this man's 65th birthday. It's in the sticks, right? And it was me performing with two other professional comedians, but interspersed with his pals taking a hand at showbiz. So if you can imagine, I'm there, I get there, and I'm just like, oh, I hope they're okay with the gays. They were not okay with the gays. They were not okay with the gays. Oh my God. I'm getting on stage as this guy, his friend, is getting off, singing a song he literally wrote himself that just went, and that's why I don't like LGBT. Everyone's clapping. We agree with the sentiments you just expressed. And my first thought is, oh, yes, excellent. This is going to be a great opportunity for me to do a character study. I'm going to get my little Ann Coulter on. I'm going to get my little January 6th going, right? And trick them into thinking I'm one of them. And then at the end of the show, I'm going to turn around and go, hey, you know that special friend you made today? She's a carpet muncher. And then everyone's gonna change their ways and homophobia will be solved. That was the plan. I get up there, and again, I'm in character. I came on way too strong, right? I get up there, and I go, yeah, give it up for that guy. I agree. I think these gays have had it too good for too long. They go, no one's clapping. They're like, you're not supposed to say it out loud like that. It's more of an implication. And I'm like, and this is what broke it for them. I said, yeah, and you know what? Back in my day, gender fluid just meant semen. They said, she's a donut bumper, get her! Have you ever had 50 geriatric Republicans simultaneously shuffle at you? You forget you can run normal, so I'm trying to get away like, oh no. I made it outside. I'm like, oh God, love wins, right? I feel a big hand slam down on my shoulder. Boom! Guess who it is? It is the guy whose eyes say, I don't like you so good, and whose hair says, I sell propane and propane accessories. But he's looking at me differently this time. He goes, hey, are you really a homer-sexual? I said, well, technically, I'm more of a Marge-sexual. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. He wasn't amused with that joke either. But he looks at me, and he's like, listen, I don't have a problem with you lesbians. I think lesbians and rednecks, you know, we have so much in common, right? What do we like? Spending a weird amount of time in the woods and wearing cargo shorts to formal events. And I love your movies. Oh. Right, and and he goes, but my problem is with these guys, and you know, these flamboyant men in the tight outfits who bleach their hair and grab onto each other and groan. I said, you're afraid of Hulk Hogan? No! Listen, if you can explain to me one reason why these anti-gay laws don't make any sense, I might consider a change in my ways, right? I'm just gonna warn you guys, no one likes this joke. And I keep telling it. So, basically, it's so good to stay hydrated. So I said to him, I'm like, okay, did you know in this country it's illegal for gay men to give blood? He said, I didn't know that. And I said, I think that's stupid. Because what is gayer than squirting your fluids in another man's body, am I right? I told you would hate that. But this guy, though, it actually facts and logicked him so good that he unzipped his skin suit and it was RuPaul the whole time. And he bonked me on the head with the gay stick and said, you get to be gay for another year. And that's why I'm here, guys. Thank you. You know, I will say, another one of the reasons I was nervous to perform for you guys tonight is because, believe it or not, this might not be the first time you've seen me perform. The year was 2018, East Coast Pride Fest. Did anyone go to that? It was booked by this woman named Ann LaPuma. Yes? Oh no, you don't remember me, do you? Oh my God. So here's the thing. Because I didn't know so much about my history then, and because I didn't understand some of the nuances, I was very used to performing for these like lewd burlesque crowds and just saying the worst things I could think of to try and get a laugh, right? And that's not really how we do here. And at the time, though, I was like, oh, I'm gonna perform for all lesbians? Hell yeah. And I'm just like, they're gonna love me. I get up there, I'm so overconfident, right? I am saying things that like now I know, ooh, that wasn't such a good thing to say, right? I'm calling everyone chicks, and they're like, we fought so hard in the 70s not to be called animal names. But here you are, doing that, right? I used to have this opener. Here's the worst part. I wasn't expecting the generational gap. And I used to have this opening line where I just thought it was cute. I would go on stage and be like, hi there, I'm Rose Vineshank. I'm the smallest homosexual on known record, right? Dead silent. No, they're just staring at me. And then this woman who could not have been more than 4'10" stands up on her chair at eye level with me and goes, not true! Stolen valor! And I'm shrinking too! So I was terrified to come back. I hope she's here. Everyone look under your seats. She was very small. Oh man. But yeah, I don't know. I think this stuff is really important. I have very unfortunately tried to make friends with straight men also. And it's like you can't. And that drives me crazy because like I will say being attracted to women is something really huge to have in common, right? But you can't share it with them because they're too horny, right? You give them an inch, they'll tell you it's 9 inches. It's just, there's no communicating, right? As soon as you tell them you're a lesbian, it's like this sleeper cell pervert wakes up. You know what I mean? Like I'll try to be just kind of casual, like, hey, the secretary at our job is kind of cute. All of a sudden, he activates. He's like, you know about the urge? Sorry, what? You know about what it's like, what I go through as a man when the waitress at Arby's is so fucking hot, but I can't tell her that because of feminism and me too, and all I can do to calm down is just punch myself in the dick. A little to the left. I'm very supportive of the LGBT community, by the way. And you're just staring at him like, there are no waitresses at Arby's. You fucking psychopath. I don't know. I want to get along with straight people, and it can be kind of hard too, because the kind of guys my friends will bring back to show me, it's never like, I don't know, someone normal. It's always this kind of tortured, artsy white man. You know what I'm talking about? The kind who will like always be like, my name's Obsidian, like that kind of thing, like, I was born in the night, like, and he always greets you like, yes, I've heard so much about you. I understand you're some sort of a dyke. Delicious. I always have to take my friend aside, because again, keep in mind, this is the same man that I've likely been hearing my straight friends complain about for months, and here he is. So I go to my friend, I say, is this the guy you have been complaining to me that he does not own a bed frame? Cool. He mentioned you're letting him dominate you in bed, BDSM, whatever y'all people are into. Okay. But he doesn't own a bed frame. What is he talking about? My friend's like, Rose, the thing about BDSM, I don't know why my friend's Jennifer Coolidge, but it's not about smacking each other around, it's about an element of role play. Like, okay, I think you should make him role play as a guy who owns a bed frame. Maybe that should be a new pattern for you, right? Oh, y'all are fun. I will say this, do you guys know what I do as a day job? Anyone want to take any guesses? What did you say? School teacher, would you let me around your children? Anyone else? Nurse, would you trust me with your dying friends? I've been talking about I have severe ADHD. If I was operating on them, I would drop my watch in there. Like, yeah, one more guess. Tour guide of what? The depths of hell? No. No, I'm in the psych field. Waka waka. Yeah, it is a really, really interesting place to be working in the psych field, because I think, I think I'm a pretty accepting person, and the population I actually work with a schizophrenic population. And they're very, I will say, misunderstood, because movies and media will paint that disorder a certain way where it makes them the bad guy. They're more likely to be the victims of a violent crime than to commit one. And you know what's cool about working with them? They catch me off guard all the time. They're not scary. They will just say completely disorganized things first thing in the morning, right? And there's a beauty in that, right? I will show up in the morning and I might tell them something like, hi, good morning. And I might get hit back with something like, yeah, I came here to do two things, suck toes and eat motherfuckers. And I'm just like, you got hobbies. That's important on the road to recovery from a mental illness. Fucking toes and eating motherfuckers. Okay, whatever. You know, I do stuff too. I will say, I think the reason I'm in that field, though, goes beyond me. I think a lot of women are socialized to be ushered into these helping professions where we get underpaid, right? And I think it is a lot of straight women in that field, because they will hear, oh, this man has 5 felony charges, hears things, and stabbed someone. I could fix him. We're not rehabilitation centers for men, right? I think, and then, a lot of the times, like, I myself have fallen into this mistake. You think that because you've experienced mental illness, that you can help someone with mental illness. Nope, your bipolar is not a prerequisite, right? I don't think we need any more women in the psych field. You know what I think we do need? More women in STEM, guys. Have you heard of that? Women in STEM? Who here knows what women in STEM is? You do? Yeah! As you know, that stands for sucking toes and eating motherfuckers. I've been Rose Weinschenk. You've been wonderful.
Me? Okay, I'm on. We're going to close. This is it. It's been the most wonderful weekend, and I've had the best time. I don't care about you. No, I've had the wonderful time. And what I would like us to do is just sit a minute and connect before we go out there, because it's after things like this, when we've been most connected, that we're most vulnerable, because we're all open-hearted and we can get into trouble. So, if you're willing, if you would all sit grounded and close your eyes if you can, and if not, just pretend. It works the same. And if closing your eyes is difficult for you, just lower your eyes. And, okay, just breathe in your own time. Take a deep breath in and think about your favorite time here at the festival this weekend. And out. Breathe in again and think about another favorite time and smile. Feel it in your heart. Feel it down through your body. And then breathe out. Breathe in and feel that wonderful experience deep in your heart. And this time we're going to send it out to your friends and family who couldn't make it. So when you breathe out, just send it out through your heart, or just pretend, to the people you love who aren't here, or the people that are no longer with us. In your own time, breathe in. And this time, send it out to your friends and neighbors who might not even know this experience, and your pets. Breathe in. Send out that wonderful feeling out to your neighborhood, to your city, to Madison and the people who've worked in this hotel, and thank them with that love and warmth that you have. In again. And this one, send out to all the women in the world who need this. And breathe in and build that warmth in your heart and send it out to the least person you want to send it to, the last person you want to send it to. You know, that person you really are having a thing with, if you're willing. And one last time, send this out into the future for yourself to catch it like stardust the next time you need it. Breathe in and out. Be still. And when you're ready, take your own breath and bring yourself back into your body. Open your eyes. Feel your feet on the floor and your heart flying so that you can drive home safely. Thank you all. Thank you for everything.